Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We're doing the Divine Self. So the Divine Self, we're beginning to explore what vibration means. And we've been working it for a while, but we're going to be a lot more specific, right? A lot more specific, especially since the ones that have followed the Aura series, this is the next progression. And this is for healing, this is for psychological well-being, and this is for spiritual growth. So the best way, I kind of said this a little bit yesterday, but the best way to understand it is a lot of times when we have issues, we're looking at it from a very symptom oriented point of view. Like, this is what's happening. My body hurts. The body is sick. The body is injured. Something's not functioning like it should, right? Even if we look at it from an emotional point of view, like there's upset feelings, I get triggered, there's anger, whatever it might be. And then mentally, it might be, I have this thought in my head that is repetitive, or I have very negative self-dialogue, or, usually the repetitive thoughts are something negative or something pain related, something that feels like unresolved, you know. And so they're reflective of like a pattern in your life, or even if it's unconscious, it's still some sort of pattern. So here we're starting to explore vibration, and think of it like this. And I said this yesterday, so I'm going to be redundant. But have you ever had a friend or a couple of friends or family members who are in an argument? I mean, you're not part of the argument, but you know, a lot of times when people are in an argument, they start telling the people around them, they come plead their case, whatever. And the first person comes and they're upset and they're saying a bunch of things, and they did this, they did that, this happened, that happened. You know, they go through their laundry list. And, at first you're like, oh my God, that sounds very convincing. And then you hear from the other person, and the other person's a little calmer, a little more grounded, and they have a completely different story. And they go, well, that's their perception. This is what's happened. And um, this is what happened. And, you know, mm, they're not bothering everybody with the story. They're just kind of going along and not really focused so much on the conflict until the other person brings the conflict to their attention, right? And if you listen to both stories and you step back, when the first person presents that story, you kind of believe that is the truth, right? And then when you start to get the other side of the picture, you're like, well, some of what they're saying sounds a little sketchy. And then a little bit of time goes by, and it's like the first one's acting a little bit more erratic and is reacting to that person that's being calm and grounded. They're reacting to them because they're not getting a response, or they're not engaging in the conflict, or they're not playing the game. And you could say your body does this. Your set of symptoms are, the person who's upset and screaming and yelling, or throwing a fit. And the deeper, more underlying aspect of the body is a little bit more grounded, and it's a little bit more less responsive, or at least it could be, right? And so really they're just two sides of the same coin. They're both valid, but a lot of times we spend more time dealing with symptoms rather than looking at the underlying causes or the underlying factors, or an even better way of saying it is the underlying influences, right? And so these influences are tied to your vibration, right? So the higher the vibration, You could say the body functions better. The emotions function better. The emotions are of a higher quality. Even if lower emotions get generated, they get transmuted like easier. Then the thought processes are of a higher quality. There's more cognitive function. So there's less negative dialogue and there's less repetitive thinking. The mind is quieter, like the mind is more organized. And so vibration isn't just kind of like a catchphrase. It actually is a stepping stone to deeper levels of healing, deeper levels of a sense of well-being emotionally, and a deeper level of a quieter mind or a more organized mind. Organized mind just means it's not as reactive, you know, even even diminishing the influence of emotion on the mind. The mind starts to function more like the mind rather than the based on emotional influence, right? Most people, the mind is heavily influenced by either instinct, which means reactive, or um, emotion, right? And so the mind's just always trying to process these things. But eventually, when these things quiet down, the mind becomes more activated, more cognitive, more perceptive, right? So what we're striving for is to elevate our vibration, right? We want to physically feel better. We want our body to function better. We want our body to be less prone to disease, to respond better to treatment. Like when we have an ache or a pain or our body hurts in a particular area, the rate at which the body heals or resolves that difficulty is tied to the vibration. Symptom oriented approaches help, but if the vibration is very low, then treatment's not going to hold. And a lot of times you might not even get very good results, right? So this would be a precursor to symptomatic treatment. Same with the emotions. If the vibration is very low, the tendency is to have a lot of unsettling emotions, anger, irritation, fears, resentments, whatever it might be. And the tendency is prone for the emotions to be very erratic, up and down, up and down, up and down. And so we want to be able to have a greater sense of well-being. We want to be able to feel stable. We want to be able to experience positive things in our environment, not just in our head, but to genuinely experience them. Just because somebody says that they're feeling peaceful doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's really happening. You know, somebody can say they're peaceful, but then be upset, agitated, activate, super reactive in an environment, and they'll go, almost yell at, I'm peaceful. And it's like, but your behavior is not reflecting that, right? Same with the mind. We want to have better quality of thoughts about ourselves, but also in the environment, because a lot of times the negativity is more based on our past experiences than it is about what's happening in front of us. And so we want to be able to perceive what's happening in the here and now, and we want to perceive ourselves more accurately, not based on other people's opinions or the bad things that have happened or our insecurities or how much or how little we've been abandoned or rejected or we don't fit in. We want to be able to move past all of these things. We want to be able to learn. We want to be able to grow, right? And so the state of the body, the state of the emotions, the state of the mind will dictate all these qualities, will dictate the rate of healing, will dictate how well you can address symptomatic approaches and how well systems function, right? So there is different mechanics. Now, here, this is like an introduction to the idea of uh, vibrational healing. We are doing a bigger class that is going much more in depth. But for those of you who don't do those classes all the time, I still wanted to put this out there because a lot of how we address and approach symptom-oriented treatments is going to be involving, uh, for one, the aura, and then two, vibration. And if, even in energy healing modalities, sometimes what happens is when you do a healing on somebody and the person doesn't get better, part of the issue is vibration. Like their vibration isn't high enough to heal. Their vibration, like if you look at disease, what happens with disease is your vibration lowers. Your vibration lowers substantially sometimes. And so we want to establish good building blocks for what this means, like what this means for our healing, for our body, for our state of mind, for emotions, right? So the very first thing we're looking at is vibrational frequency, the frequency. So this is like here I wrote something out here, is like everything has a frequency. Everything has a rate of vibration, right? Like solid objects, inanimate objects, even that has a frequency or a rate of vibration. It might not be very much, but it's there, right? So our rate of frequency basically dictates how well our energy body is able to pump, right? Our chakras, like the rate of pumping of the chakras, right, is dictated on frequency. So in our body, we have, depending on what chakra system you use, you might use a 7 chakra system. Sometimes there's a 9 chakra system, and then there's an 11 chakra system. But setting all of that aside, your chakras have very specific physical functions, psychological functions, and spiritual functions, right? And so part of what they do is they are in charge of a particular aspect in your body. They're in charge of a particular aspect in your emotions. They're in your mind. And then they're in charge of a certain aspect of your spiritual growth or your spiritual development. And so your chakras are constantly going back and forth like this, like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They're constantly absorbing and expelling, just like your lungs. You're drawing energy in, you're drawing and pushing energy out, right? So this is how you are processing life force and then kicking off the used or stagnant energy that your body no longer needs. Just like you inhale oxygen, you don't just keep that air in your lungs. At some point, you got to push that out so that more fresh oxygen can come in. It's the same with life force. Your body draws in life force, it uses some of it up, and then there's like a byproduct, right? That needs to be pushed out. That used up energy needs to be pushed out, right? So frequency has to do with the rate of back and forth, the rate of absorption, and the rate of expelling that used up energy. Now, for that to happen, for there to be an increase of the back and forth, the way that that happens is with increased soul contact, right? There's no way to do a roundabout around that. Like if the chakra starts pumping faster, it's because there is an increase of soul energy, right? So what happens when you start treating the frequency, right? When you start treating the frequency, you are basically increasing soul contact in that area, and you're displacing the lower vibrational energy in the area, which means you're displacing blockages, you're displacing lower vibrational energies that have maybe been used up but still stuck in the body, or things that are causing disease, but also emotions, mind, and your spiritual development, right? You're displacing the lower by bringing in higher, right? And so this is what healing looks like. It is bringing in a higher essence and displacing the lower vibrational energy, right? And so at some point, the chakras start spinning faster and faster and faster, and then they start pumping like this, like they start pumping back and forth. Now, the average person, that is not the case. But as the frequency elevates, right, there's a greater potential for that, because at first you're pumping in more life force and you're pumping out more blockages, and you're pumping in more life force and you're pumping out more blockages. So already by that point, your body is recovering and regenerating at a much higher rate. It's kicking off diseased energy at a much higher rate. It's kicking off lower emotion at a much higher rate. It's kicking out lower mental activity, repetitive thinking, negative self-dialogue. It's displacing that at a much higher rate, right? Now, each chakra, each chakra has its own like frequency. Like the frequency of the crown is much higher than the frequency of the basic. You know, the basic is tied more to the form, right? The crown more to essence. So naturally, that essence, that frequency is going to be higher. So each of the chakras have their own kind of unique frequency. That frequency influences the systems in the body. It influences your emotions. It influences your mind. And those frequencies adjust when the body needs healing, or when the body, in a negative way, is degenerating or diseased, right? So every chakra has its own unique frequency, right? Its rate of vibration, or the rate of movement, the kind of energy that it brings in. And so with that, when we're going through and we're treating different conditions, it's a mix of different frequencies that are either causing the disease or healing the disease, right? And the more that we elevate our frequency, right, the more that we elevate our frequency, the more likely that the body will recover, the more likely that the emotions will stabilize and even become higher emotions, and the more likely that the mind is going to quiet down and become more cognitive. And then there is an increase of soul connection, right? So the frequency has to do with the pumping of the chakras, right? Next, we have resonance. And this has to do with how one thing affects another, right? So think about it like this. Have you ever been feeling pretty good, and then you get around somebody, or you go into an office where people are all stressed out, and then you're like, ugh, I'm all stressed out, or ugh, that person gave me the creeps, or ugh, I was just in an environment and I just didn't feel good, right? So you could say in these situations, there's a battle of resonance, right? A battle of resonance. The stronger the resonance is in your body, the less you're influenced by your environment or other people. Like if you think about like, oh, we talk about Uncle Bob, we joke about Uncle Bob, right? If your resonance is low when you're around Uncle Bob, you're playing Uncle Bob's game, right? Because you're heavily influenced by this person. Like, so their actions, their behaviors, their words makes you very reactive. If the resonance is strong, he comes in and says, you know, whatever obnoxious thing that he says, and you're like, I don't care. Your words don't affect me, right? My resonance is too strong. And so what starts to happen is he says his words, and not only does it not affect you, but your resonance then begins to affect him, right? So basically, what we're talking about is how much we react to the environment and how much we influence the environment, right? So that could be people, that could be, groups of people, actions, processes, even in nature. I've told this story a couple of times. I can't remember if I've ever told it on Zoom, but one time I was in uh, Sedona, and and there's the vortexes, the vortexes, and according to a guru, he says those vortexes are actually angels. So you're sitting in the angelic energy when you're there. That's why sometimes vortexes move, is the angel moves, right? So knowing this, I'm like, hey, I'm going to be in Sedona. Might as well go bathe in some angelic energy and enjoy that. And so I was on this one vortex, and I walked the trail for a little bit, and I just wanted to sit, and I think I was consecrating some oils and crystals that I had with me, and being the new agey hippie dude that I am, whatever you want to call it. And uh I'm sitting there and I'm having a very, very nice time. Everything just went quiet, like really silent and still. And, about 15 or 20 minutes passed, and all of a sudden I could hear some people coming, and they were very loud. They were laughing, they were joking, but they weren't just being joyous, they were being obnoxious. There's different kinds of laughing and joking, and as they got closer, I could see that they were carrying like a 12 pack of beer, and they were walking the trail and just slamming beers. And I think there was like four of them. And I was like, oh, bummer. Like, there was such nice like peace and stillness and just like kind of communing with nature. I was like, oh man, that's a bummer. And so I was just being quiet, and they were gonna pass right by me, and I was just like, well. So the trail kind of goes like this along the mountainside. And so they disappeared out of sight for a moment, but they're coming around the corner, and then they're going to be close to me. And right as they started going around the corner, all of a sudden the wind stirred up and did like a dust devil, right? And there was just this dust devil that was like off to my right, and they were coming over to the left. And I was like, "Oh, man, that's amazing. That's pretty." And I was just sitting there watching the dust devil. And as soon as they came around the corner, the dust devil like shot right at those people and hit them all in the face. Right. And then they turned around and ran away. They didn't like what was happening. And all of a sudden, after all that, the wind died down and everything was peaceful and still again. And, I was reflecting on that. That was really kind of amazing to watch, like just how that all went down. And really what it came down to was the resonance. When I was walking there, there was a little bit of wind and there was a little bit of activity and everything, but when I sat down and started, blessing the earth and being still, everything got still, right? It was responding to my resonance. Like basically it's the nature spirits were responding to the resonance. Then when the people came and were being loud and obnoxious and, disrespectful, whatever you want to call it, the nature spirits also responded to their resonance. Get out of here. Like, it was a very strong push to make those people leave, and they left, you know. So our resonance isn't just with people, it also was with the environment. Our resonance is also with the earth. It's the things that we respond to or that respond to us. And in a way, it's the beginning of what we attract. Like, are we attracting goodness in our lives? Are we attracting drama in situations with people or situations? Like, how do I break this pattern? Right. So we go through, we clean up the aura, and you go, it's better, but there's still something there. Part of it is the effects of the aura being negative for so long have shifted the frequency and the resonance of the body to the point where even when we clean up the aura, it's cleaning up the body, but it might be a little too slow, right? And so we're accelerating this process to clean up the resonance, to enhance the resonance so that when we're around negative people, we can be aware of it, but it's not like, ugh, I got to get out of here. Or we can be in a negative situation where it's like, this doesn't feel good, but you know, it's not going to throw me into a tailspin. Or you're face to face with Uncle Bob and he says a bunch of obnoxious things, and you're like, what do I do? When the resonance is high, you don't have the need to flee because he can't influence you like he used to, or like he influences others. You know, if your Uncle Bob's anything like my Uncle Bob, he likes it when he can make somebody have a bad day. You know, I don't know if that's what he in his mind does, but he takes a lot of joy in that. And so there's people like that. But if you're non reactive, if your resonance is high, no matter what words come out of their mouth, it doesn't influence you, right? So resonance is about how we're either influenced or we're influencing the environment, right? Think about it like this. Yeah, have you ever been around somebody and when you're around them, you're just like, oh my God, this is so depressing. I can't stand it. I have to get out of here. Uh, or you're around somebody on the flip side where I don't even know what we were talking about, but when we parted, I just feel better. I feel better about life. I feel better about, if you've ever been around a teacher, like a spiritual teacher, they might not say a lot of words, but just being around them, all of a sudden you're like, I feel better. Like I feel way better. That's the resonance. That's truly the resonance. I had this one person, I don't know how to call them a teacher, but uh, they were a teacher of sorts, but the teacher would not speak, like did not speak at all. Like you would just sit, be in their presence, and then you would leave. And it was a very moving experience, but the resonance was very, very strong. So just sitting in their presence shifted something in you, you know. And in situations, there was people even that would come out of there with healing, that it's not like the teacher walked over and said, I heal your shoulder, or I heal your back, or I heal your liver, whatever it is. They just spontaneously started getting better. And it wasn't a technique, it was resonance. Like the resonance shifted and changed. And even if you look at something in the workplace where there's leaders and say a manager or something in the workplace, and you're like, oh, this guy is just obnoxious. He either has lack of resonance or just very poor resonance, right? And then you have leaders who are very inspiring, right? Their resonance is high. Just them being in the room starts to inspire people. Let's do a good job. Let's do work. Let's have pride in my work. I want to excel at the things that I do. And it's not the words that they said, it's the resonance that they emit, right? A lot of communication is nonverbal, right? It's not even body language. A lot of it is resonance, you know, right? So, and then we have uh, harmonics, vibrational harmonics. And vibrational harmonics, think of it like this. You know how things happen in your life sometimes, and all of a sudden things feel good and you're doing better, and you're like, man, I don't know, it feels magical right now. Things are like they're improving. There's like an excitement. There's like this air of things are gonna get good, things are gonna get better, things I'm gonna heal, like something new or exciting is gonna happen. And then there's those times where you're like, God, no matter what I do, I'm just in a tailspin. I can't pull out. Like anything that I do, just nothing seems to work right. All of that is tied to harmonics, right? So it's basically tied to the ability to establish a pattern and then have it repeat itself, right? So you put something in motion, like say even a good habit. The idea is if I have this good habit, eventually it's going to produce a result. It's going to keep reproducing something. So every time I do this habit, things are going to get a little better and a little better and diminish the negative things that might potentially be happening. Right. And so what words have a harmonic, actions have a harmonic, uh, behaviors, thoughts and emotions, but even in the body's ability to overcome disease depends on both frequency and resonance, but the ability to establish a new pattern that overrides the disease, right? If the body doesn't have the ability to override the disease, as much as you treat the symptoms, you're just managing symptoms. You're not healing the body. You're not putting the body in a better place. And so harmonics can also go in a negative way. No matter what you do, not only is it not responding, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse. It's because the negative harmonics is too strong. The degeneration or the decay is established a pattern that is replicating itself. So part of our healing is the ability to break that pattern, right? Just on a core base level. Right. So when we try to treat with symptoms, that's what we're trying to do, but it's based on that the harmonics are solid, that your harmonics are good. And if your harmonics aren't good, as much as you treat the symptom, your rate of recovery or your rate of being able to dispel that repetitive degenerative state, right, or the state of decay, uh, becomes harder, becomes much more difficult. And a lot of times we become non-responsive to treatment, right? So we want to enhance the idea of generating a repetitive pattern. And in a way, we already do this. If you think about when someone prays, you say, thank you for healing my shoulder. Thank you for helping me in my life. Thank you for healing my friend. Thank you for bringing harmony in my family, whatever it is. You have your list of prayers that you're praying for. And even if it's just gratitude, like I'm super grateful for all the blessings in my life. And then at the end, what do? Amen. Right. So, yes, that is an aspect of God or a name of God or a holy name. But also, when you say Amen, Amen, Amon, when you say Hum or or Om Ahum, so be it, in the Tibetan tradition, they say Tatatu, right? In the European tradition, like when they would do like an operation or an energetic procedure, they would end it with fiat, 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 like the car, fiat. Fiat took its name from this aspect. It's basically another form of so be it, like so be it, so be it, so be it. So this idea of so be it is about establishing this pattern. I'm praying for this, and then so be it. Let this pattern replicate in my body. Let this pattern replicate in my emotions. Let this pattern replicate in my mind. Whatever this is, let it replicate, right? That's what you're doing when you say amen or So, how do we tap into this? How do we utilize this? How do we play with this for healing? Well, we're going to do that. So I also wrote areas that are influenced by vibration. You can see chakras, meridians, law of attraction, mind-body connection, higher consciousness, manifestation. But let's drop down to page 3 and start talking about frequency. So again, frequency has to do with the rate, right? The rate of movement in the chakra, the rate of back and forth, the rate of potential pumping, how much diseased energy we can kick out, how much diseased or stagnant energy blockages that we can kick out, and how much can we absorb, you know. So if we've gone through and we've cleaned up the aura, right, we look at the 6 aspects of the aura that we have done in the whole aura series. You've cleaned up the energetic mold or blueprint, right? So now you have energy that's physicalizing into the body. But here's the difficulty. You've cleaned up the aura. The rate that the aura is going to manifest a healthier blueprint into the body depends on frequency, resonance, and harmonics, right? So if the frequency is not very strong, then the rate that it can absorb this new energy, this new pattern, and kick off the old pattern is diminished, right? So we want to enhance the body's ability to absorb this healthy energy from the aura and kick off the lower vibrational energy that's causing some of our suffering, right? So we're going to play with frequency. So before we do anything, check in with your body, your aches, your pains, your areas that cause you discomfort. Check in with your emotions. Right? And then your mind. Check in with your mind, your thoughts. Okay, so we've checked in with your body, your feelings, and your thoughts. Let's have you even check in with some situation, something that maybe a little bit more current. Could be old too, but something that maybe is a little bit like, ugh, a little bit irritating, a little painful, a little bit like I don't like it. You know, it's too hard, it's too difficult, it's too painful. Just check in with it a little bit. Okay, so let's let it go. And we're going to use one of a couple of oils. So spikenard, valerian or vetiver, or balance, vagal tone, or frequency. And frequency is a new oil, so only if you got the kit for purchase did you get frequency. And I think the kit for purchase, they also got a frequency incense.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it'll help.
Yeah, so to use the incense, like when you burn it, it makes the chakras function better and it makes your body kick off diseased energy. You know, makes your emotions kick off lower emotions, makes your mind kick out lower thoughts. Yeah, it's actually quite nice.
And it smells good too.
Mm-hmm. So we'll be talking about the frequency blend in the vibrational class quite a bit. Okay, so you have one of these oils, right? Everybody's good. Yeah. So begin inhaling. First, just inhale. You're not even directing it. This is going to be a very short form of improving frequency in the vibrational class. We'll do a stronger version of this, but still, this is good for healing all kinds of things. Okay, so you just checked with your aches and pains and emotions in your mind. Just inhaling this a little bit, what did you notice? Like, did that calm things down? Did it calm your body down? Did it make something that hurt a little bit less? Did it not change it at all? You know, we're being scientists about it. We're trying to see what does what. Okay. So now, one of the ways that you can elevate frequency is by working the organs of blood purification. So you're going to put your awareness on your lungs and you're going to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the liver, your right side below the ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the liver. Now you're going to do the gallbladder. So you're going to your midline, the center of your body. You're going off to the right, just a couple inches below your ribs. So your center line off a couple inches below your ribs. Mm, yeah. And then your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. And then your spleen, the left hand side of your body below your ribs. Your awareness is on the left hand side of your body below the ribs. And now from your spleen, you're going to your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. And then just be still. How are your thoughts? Check in with your emotions. Check in with your body. How are those aches and pains? Not saying that they'll be completely gone, but usually within a cycle or two, the edge is off of it. It's not quite as intense. I think Samantha has yawned about 30 times in the last 5 minutes. So let's do another cycle. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And your awareness is on the liver, right hand side below your ribs. And then you're going to the gallbladder, which again, your midline, a couple inches off to the right, and then below your ribs. Your midline, 2 inches to the right of your midline, and then below your ribs. Awareness is on the kidneys. And then your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and let go. Just be still and let it incubate for a moment. Now, check in with your body. Check in with your aches and pains, the areas that bother you a bit. Pick one of them. Your awareness is on one of those areas, and start taking long, slow, deep breaths. We're experimenting now. Let's see what happens. And then just pause. Go to one of your other affected areas. If you don't have one, you can stay on the first one. Just be aware of it for a moment. And then just pause. Just be still, just let it incubate for a moment. As you sit there, be aware of your body. Where do you feel a heaviness? Where do you feel like discomfort? Where do you feel like something's stuck? How's this feeling for you? Making your body feel better? It looks like it's making you sleepy, but it's just relaxing. Hmm. So wherever you feel that heaviness, wherever you feel that denseness, wherever you feel that, keep your awareness there and start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Think of, recall an emotion, a feeling, hurt, anger, afraid. Think of something that's been recent. And as you think of it, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still focused on that feeling, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go. Just let it go. Just let it incubate for a moment. Now, think of thoughts that arise in your mind. For me, sometimes I don't even necessarily focus and judge good or bad. It's just whatever thoughts are popping up, because you never know what they're attached to. So whatever thoughts arise to your mind, but if you have a thing that's very repetitive, that's easy to recall that. But otherwise, just your thoughts. You're inhaling with your awareness on the thoughts. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. Mhm. And then just pause and let go. So I want to do a little bit more of it, but I also want to have you share your experiences or ask questions and process this. Let's let's try to keep it to frequency, but if you want to talk about the overall thing too, we can do that. But first, let's maybe try to share experiences. You want to share your experience right off the bat?
Um, well, sure. I mean, I say yeah, but like so many thoughts now are just like gone. When we were hitting the spine the first time is really like the yawns got so extreme, but I was tired and now I'm feel clear and I don't know, I guess that's about.
So you felt tired at the beginning, but when we did it, you felt clearer, which is interesting because the oils that are being used here are not things that are like stimulants. It's not like you go, oh, I have a higher level of energy, but because the body's kicking off the stagnant energy, the body starts to feel more energized, right? And so sometimes you might be kicking it off so much where you feel a little sleepy, but that's still your body is going through a shift. But
It
yeah,
took a lot of yawns to get to this point.
right. And then you were saying like emotions, it felt
Yeah, the emotions way calm. And then when you had us thinking thoughts, it really almost, I don't know if it felt like light was coming into them, but it literally felt like they were changing,
mhm.
like something was
Something was
changing.
fleshing them out or changing them or shifting them or changing their quality.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's go ahead and have some shares or questions.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, good morning, Greg.
Mhm.
So this was a very interesting one for me. We got to the lungs and I started yawning. I was like, okay. And we got to the spleen. That was about the fifth yawn. And all of a sudden, the spleen sort of opened up
Mhm.
and became very active and um, very excited, is I guess the way to say it. And it was like, hey, I'm here. This is interesting. And then as we went off the spleen, we went to the spine next. It says, hey, look at me, look at me. This, the spleen kept calling me. And then we took a break and we started back through again. And every single chakra we worked on, the spleen goes, hey, look at me, look at me. And finally, when we got to the spleen, it calmed down a little bit, not in a bad way, just sort of quieted slightly. And then I started to cry, and it wasn't sadness, it was more happiness.
Mhm.
A very unusual experience for me.
So I want to say two things about that. That sounds like, for one, it's a great experience. But if you think of like the spleen being excited, going, look at me, your spleen is your overall vitality or life force. And so when the body is congested or has blockages in the body, one of the areas that gets hit the hardest is the spleen. It's has a harder time functioning and distributing, life force to other areas of the body. And then it's very interesting. Like I can't remember what you said, but something about like you felt happy. What do you say? Like happy or
Tears of more
tears of
happiness
like
than
happiness.
sadness.
That's what it
Yeah.
was. So the thing with the spleen, so all your chakras are functioning, but it just allows the spleen to function better. But the thing with the spleen is when the spleen is stronger, your spleen energizes the heart. It's like it almost gives you like a greater potential to feel. And so when the spleen is really depleted, a lot of times people will say, I feel hopeless. I feel like there's nothing in the future. I feel like they don't really have the energy or the inner movement to like feel like that sense of well-being. When the spleen is strong, it also means that the heart is strong. The heart, the energetic heart, expands substantially. And so, greater potential for realization, greater potential for happiness, greater potential for realization, like all those things, and like a sense of hope, like, a greater sense of hope. You're not weighed down by negative thoughts, negative emotions, or the big one that we don't think about is just the blockages in the body. Like sometimes it's not even about a disease, but there can be so much blockages in the body that it actually can put a person in a state where their emotions aren't the greatest or their mind's not the greatest. And so when everything's like you don't have those issues and you work this, it just makes everything even better. Like, so you don't necessarily have to have like a health issue to do this. It helps health issues resolve, but at the same time, it just, like you said, it helps you to realize. It makes the mind work better, makes the emotions stronger, it makes the higher faculties function at a much greater rate. And so, I mean, you're increasing soul contact, like is what you're doing. Like anytime the chakra starts functioning more, there's an increase in soul contact.
And for the last several days, I've had sort of a heaviness in the lungs. Just like it wasn't physical, it was something else, energetic in some ways. And that's shifted slightly. And it shifted more on the second time through the lungs after the spleen woke up.
Oh, good.
So
Yeah.
I know that was positive. I know there's more work to be done there, but
Right.
overall things are shifting positive in that very short time.
Good. Good.
So thank you.
We're going to do another cycle, so we'll hit it again.
Yeah. Okay, good.
And then go ahead, Barbara, then Denise.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there.
Hey, how'd you do?
Couple interesting things. One, I think it was the first pass at the liver. I noticed my entire belt meridian got quite warm.
Oh, interesting.
And the Mengmen in particular feels warm. Not like it's, super overactivated. It's just warm, kind of moving up to the solar plexus. And it's still, the whole thing still feels warm. Not uncomfortable, just warm.
That sounds like circulation of energy, like in the body. Like that's. I mean, the belt meridian, like warming up like that is probably it's cooking up a little Kundalini stuff for you.
And that other thing is, I've become aware the past few days that I wasn't noticing the sound of the inner nod, which has been pretty, as long as I'm still, I have a pretty constant awareness of it, but it seemed to have, and that just came back.
Oh, good.
And I don't know that it comes and goes, how much of it is about my awareness or how much does frequency vibration actually impact that?
I would say a lot. Like, that particular aspect, that inner nod, putting your awareness there's like a kind of a state of expansion. And when the body is congested, it's hard to have that expansion. And so even if you tap on it or tap into it, like you can't like hold your awareness there because it's almost like the congestion like kicks you off the place to where you can experience that. Yeah.
And does the vibration or frequency of that change over time, or is it my awareness of it that's changing?
Your ability to perceive, because like if you think about
actually what I perceive, it feels like it's a higher pitch or a higher vibration or a little faster, or it just seems to be changing.
Right.
But I don't know if that's just my perception or if there's actually a change.
The changes in you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because like even when we perceive that or some inner level of peace, there's still like layers to it. And so we're perceiving it from where we're at, but then as time goes by, it keeps going deeper and deeper and deeper. And so like, I go back to, this isn't the same, but it is. like um, Master Cho once told this story, like, his teacher made contact, but his teacher wasn't in a physical body. So the teacher made contact and gave him information in a transference of energy, like was basically like a buzzing sound. And then the information like hits his brain and then he has to process it. And so, that turned into all the books and classes and all that. And so at first, his teacher being the being that brought Buddhism to Tibet, but in the Hindu tradition it would be Rama. It's the same being. And then in the Egyptian tradition, it's Nefertum, who started a school that provided the Kabbalistic teachings to Abraham. So, this person had this being has had major influence in the makeup of the collective, you could say. And so his first experience, he had this direct communion with the teacher, and he got this information, and so he wouldn't talk about the teacher for a while, and then later he started referring to the teacher as Holy Master, like the teacher who gave him the information was a Holy Master. And then over a period of time he stopped calling him Holy Master and started calling him a Bodhisattva, and which is like a higher level of evolved being. And for a long time, he referred to that being as a bodhisattva. Then, like towards the end, before he left the body, he started referring to his teacher as a Buddha. And, somebody asked him at one time, did the teacher like evolve? Why did we start off with Holy Master and then end up with Buddha? And he's like, did the teacher evolve and become a Buddha? And he said, no, my perception changed. At first I knew it was a great being. I thought it was a Holy Master. And then over a period of time, I realized this is much greater than a Holy Master. This is a Bodhisattva. And then over a period of time, he's like, this is even greater than a Bodhisattva. This is a Buddha, right? And so we have these like layers of perception. Even if you think about like, okay, I'm chanting Om, 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 and then you meditate on the gap, right? So in that gap, in that stillness, there is greater expansion. But like if you think about like why is there expansion in the stillness? Because really what you're doing in that stillness, if you think of like the deeper meaning of what obstacle means, like the root word, it means to stand and to stare. Like, we have the obstacles that you would see in the dictionary, but if you look at like the root words, it means to stand and stare, like to be unmovable, right? And so if you think about what an obstacle is, it's you hit an obstacle, you're like, ugh, I can't do anything. I'm gonna stand here, I'm gonna look at it, I'm gonna meditate on the obstacle, right? And so in that space and gap, you're being still and standing and looking at the obstacles of your perceptions, right? You're chanting Om, 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 which is good, but the expansion can only happen so much. So in that gap, it starts getting stronger because you go, okay, here is the obstacle of my perception. And because you're in a non-intellectual state, you're in an intuitive state, intuition is how you overcome obstacles. So what you're doing is you're putting yourself in an intuitive state and you're looking at the obstacle and telling intuition, take care of that. Let's learn from that. Because how we get smarter, how we grow is the overcoming of obstacles. And so how we realize or recognize our Buddha nature or our Christ consciousness or our higher nature, our better aspects of ourselves, is to see the obstacles of our perception and let intuition learn the lesson in the obstacle and help us to expand our perception, actually have us to realize something that's greater than what we thought, right? And so when we're chanting and the space keeps getting longer and longer and you start to expand more, it's because intuition is having more time to deal with that obstacle and shift your perception. And as you shift your perception, you start to go into deeper states of stillness. You start to go into deeper meditative states, right? And so coming back to the nod or anything, a relationship, your body, like it could be anything, you're going to have a perception. And the more that you are able to be in an intuitive state and overcome the obstacles of your perception, the more that you'll keep seeing things clearer and clearer. Like you fall deeper in love, you're more effective at work, you're, better at the things that you want to be good at, like whatever it is, you get better at those because your perceptions are shifting, your perceptions are changing. And I would say the same for the nod. Like the nod would be like a certain sound or perception. And when you first hear it, you're like, that's amazing. And then after a while, it's like, yeah, it's really good. Like it's good. But then you have a wave where, you kind of sit with it and you're presented with the obstacle of your perception again. And then intuition pushes through that. And then all of a sudden I feel and experience the nod to a deeper degree, that inner sound. And then you sit with that for a while. And then after a while, you're like, my perceptions are limiting now, right? So really, that ability to overcome those obstacles of perception has to do with our expansion of our awareness, our consciousness, our perceptions, like our deeper states are all tied to this ability to internally overcome obstacles. And so it's very healthy to have your perceptions shift and change of something, like it should evolve. It should change. If you're in a relationship, you should feel deeper love. If you're at work, you should get better. Like if you have some hobby that you do, you should improve, not just keep doing the same things over and over again. And so I would say, the nod is a very hard thing to perceive and to hear. But once you start hearing it, your perceptions of it will change over a period of time. Just like even experiencing your higher nature, you might have a little bit of it and you're like, that's amazing. And then you look back a year and you go, whoa, I'm in a place that's even more amazing. But that first place was still amazing. But now it's just like, yeah, that was good. Like that was good. But and the same thing can just be with inner peace or that sense of well-being, or even like how the body heals. There's a perception of one thing happening, and then over a period of time you realize, okay, I gotta address this and this is what makes it better. I'll give you like one that's a very practical thing, is that like you've heard me talk about my back. Like I broke my back when I was like 21 or 20, I think it was 22 actually. And you know it's presented some difficulties as I've gotten older, especially. And I go through periods where it hurts very minimal, and then it can be very debilitating, and then it goes back. And I was always kind of treating it in a particular way because of the way it was fractured. And I had a surgeon tell me one time that the whole area in my low back was bone on bone, so I treated it in that way. And it would be okay, for the most part. But if I did something, like I picked something up or was a little too active, I'd feel it. And so over a period of time, I got good at kind of managing it. Well, then I went to the doctor and I said, like, look, I want x-rays on my back. I don't want you to do anything. I'm not asking you for medication. I'm not asking you for pills or anything like that. I just want x-rays of my back. I want to know how bad it is and where it's bad so I know how to treat it. And so, according to that surgeon, my whole lumbar was bone on bone. Well, the x-ray came back and none of that area is bone on bone. Like there is cartilage in between each of the joints. So with that, as much as I would perceive, something different, my perception of what the back issue was changed. And then how I treated it. And I'd say, the last 8 weeks, I've been pain-free. And I haven't been pain-free since my 20s, like late 20s. Like in all that happened was my perception of what the issue was changed. So then the treatment changed. And now I don't even put in as much effort as I used to. And I mean, I'm picking things up, I'm mobile, I'm getting up and doing things. Samantha keeps going, I really like the Greg that doesn't have a bad back, because I'm more active. I'm able to do things. And it wasn't that I couldn't do things before. I had to be very careful, careful how I walked, careful, because the injury back in the day was pretty bad. And so my perception changed. And as my perception changed, I was able to change the body because, of course there's an issue there, but how I was perceiving it wasn't completely accurate. That surgeon really got in my head. Really got in my head. He was pushing me to do a surgery. And, he wanted to fuse my whole low back. I was like, that sounds ridiculous. I do not want to do that. Like, that's, but perceptions will change in just life as you grow and get older, just young man's perception versus somebody in their 40s or 50s, their perceptions are going to be very very different. And so, but still you'll come across people who still have the perceptions and the point of view that they did when they were very young, like the obstacles in their perception haven't been dealt with, they haven't been broken down, and so they're stuck in the past. They're stuck in a time that's not right now. And so the more that you work these three aspects, the frequency, the resonance, and the harmonics, the more that those things shift so that your perceptions can change. And if you think of like what's happening with the chakras pumping faster, it's kicking off stagnation, it's kicking off lower vibration, and part of your perceptions are tied to how the chakras are functioning, right? If somebody is very solar plexus driven with a lot of anger in their solar plexus, they see the world through that lower emotional, angry perception. If the person's solar plexus is regulated and the heart's very big, they see the world through the eyes of that activated heart. And so your perceptions are tied to how well these chakras are functioning.
Thank you for all that. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Denise, and then we have questions and shares and chats.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. Okay, so the protocol we just did, it's something about when we do the organs. I guess it's such a welcoming to my body.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, you and me both.
But what is really happening there, Greg? Because it really is that this process is creating that pumping, right?
Yes,
And this,
right. Using, I mean, when you work the organs for blood purification, you're always kind of impacting the frequency, but sometimes depending on what it is, it might be not the whole body or the emotions or mind. It might be very specific to areas. So you can be like laser focused in a particular area. This was a very general thing. And
Okay.
so when you go through and you work these oils in those organs, right, you're increasing the pumping action of the chakras. And then so that, like, even if we did a thing where we did a few cycles of that and then put your awareness just on a particular body, like you go, okay, I work the organs of blood purification and I have a bad shoulder. And then you just put your awareness on the shoulder, it will start making that area pump more. And you'll notice that, like, after a little bit of time, you're like, my shoulder kind of feels better, right? And it's because, for one, the frequency like elevated, and then wherever you direct your attention will start to make that area pump more. And so we enhanced it by putting our awareness on those different areas and then inhaling it, be it that it's the body, the emotions, or the thoughts. But like Samantha was saying, when we did thoughts, she goes, it feels like something's cleaning my thoughts or sweeping them out and making them leave, or whatever it is. And it's because the chakras, you bring something up and then the chakra goes, and this is a little too low vibration. There's a little bit of obstacle here. And then kicks it out. So
Wow.
that's kind of what you're doing. When you work the organs of blood purification with these, you're elevating the frequency and then you direct it to wherever you need to in the body.
Wow. Okay. Very good. And then if there's a stuck area, you would just kind of continue with this
Yeah,
process, is my guess.
right. So like, say you're really like, you feel like stuck in a particular, like a body part or emotion or something, you would do the organs of blood purification and then the body or that area. And then you let it
Okay.
sit for a little bit and then do the organs of blood purification again, go back to that area. And then later we're going to tie together working the resonance and the harmonics with all of that. So you're actually going to look at 3 components of addressing those things. And so each one plays a role in that area. But even if you just went with a deep dive on frequency, you will accelerate the body's ability to heal those areas. Right?
Amazing. This has been great. I'm very happy I'm here today. Thank
Good,
you.
good.
And then in the chat, let me go kind of from the start part. My knee hurts less and I was filled with joy.
Oh, good.
Amazing, very relaxing, eye-opening.
Yeah.
What oils are in balance?
Look it up. Sorry, dig in. Hold on, give me just a second. It's Rouscous, aloes, spikenard, valerian, myrrh, benzoin, and acacia. But it's real heavy on the Rouscous. Yeah.
I feel the back heart and back throat opened and now are very energetic. Is that from the spleen work?
It could be the spleen work, but it also could just be the frequency, the pumping action of the chakras. And so like chakras that are a little, maybe have been a little dormant or have had like a blockage in them will start getting a little bit more active and kicking out blockages. And so, boy, especially in the back heart and the throat, good for you. Like good areas to be expelling from.
I feel the globe of light around me,
Mhm.
filling cells,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah, very good.
Feels peaceful and forgiveness powerfully and recognizes resentment is
Yeah.
evaporating.
Good.
Dealing with post-COVID infections, bronchitis,
Yeah.
sinus. My thoughts are negative and frustrated with
Yeah.
this.
Sure.
Will this protocol help my thoughts about my health?
Yeah, I would say the whole day. Like this will help, but the other two pieces will help as well. I mean, we have three pieces, but in the vibrational class, we'll actually be harnessing this with improving the anabolic state, which is the body's ability to regenerate and restore itself. And so a lot of times if we're not in the regenerative state or the anabolic state, then we're in a state of degeneration. And so sometimes when we had an illness or an injury or a lot of stress, um, the body goes more into a degenerative state. And then even though we sleep and we rest and we do things, we still are in that degenerative place. But the idea is if we improve these three things and then enhance it with working the anabolic state, then the body's ability to regenerate and recover is increased and improved. And then the body just starts going into repair mode in all the areas that need repair. So a lot of times, like COVID was pretty hard on the body. You know, even if you had a mild case of it, it was pretty hard in the body. But also think of the emotions and the thoughts that surrounded COVID. You know, people being one side or the other about vaccines, about masks, about how it was being handled, about not going out or going out, you know, all those things. There was a lot of emotion and thought tied to it. And so, you know, when COVID first happened, I think we were about a month into it. And I said to Samantha, I was like, there's going to be like a kind of weird form of PTSD after this because it's so weird. And we're going to have to, you know, we're going to go through this whole process. I thought it was going to be 6 months or a year. Who knew it was going to be as long as it was? But recovering from COVID is more than just getting over the virus, you know. And so these should help. And then with this, you still can do symptom oriented approaches, but with doing the processes of today, or like when we do the vibrational healing, the symptom oriented approaches will become much, much, much more effective. You know, part of why symptom oriented approaches don't work from an energetic point of view are these three components, like frequency, resonance, and harmonics.
Solar plexus energy must govern the liver, gallbladder, kidneys, and spleen. Can we keep them in good energetic shape by activating the energy movement in the solar chakra?
Yeah, solar does gallbladder and liver. Kidneys are Mingmen and basic. And then spleen is the spleen. You know, it's still influenced a little bit by the solar plexus, but you know, the thing with working the organs of blood purification, it improves the frequency of all the chakras. But some of your chakras are already doing pretty good, and some of them are, you know, a C student. You know what I mean? Like you have a few that are A students, a couple that are B students, and then you have a few like C, D. You know, did you do your homework? You know, so we want to get them all up so that they're functioning at a high level. Yeah.
I can see where specific focus on each organ of blood cleansing would show specific areas of stagnant energy.
Yeah, we got to jump over
Yeah,
that stuff.
let's do it. Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll continue this conversation and we'll still do more afterwards. There's still some more to explore, but we're going to shift over to the Sunday session with Astara and join us if you can. We'll still do some bit of healing process and everything, but we'll be back at 1:30. So I'll see you in an hour and a half if I don't see you at lunch. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back and we can maybe continue a little bit of our shares and questions, and then we'll do a little bit more of the process.
So feel free to unmute yourself, raise your hand. And then we did have some more in
Yeah.
the share as well here. So did I mention the one that was very sleepy? I was sleepy during and very expanded.
Yeah.
Thoughts were just floating. I don't remember them, nor I was trying to hold on to them. I did not drop the bottle though. Very interesting.
Better luck next time. I'll try a little harder.
I
See
was
if we can
here,
catch up.
yet wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm experiencing a lot of sex chakra energies. I feel both physically and emotionally uncomfortable. But hearing Greg talk about the chakras, I'm wondering if I'm expelling in the sex
Yeah,
chakra.
probably that's most likely. There's like some blockages. And the sex chakra isn't always about sex. It is also about interactions with other people, social interactions, and other people's projections towards us will also hit the sex chakra. So it's not always about that it's just like a sex issue or something. It could be also bladder, urinary tract, the legs, it could be all kinds of things that could be causing that, but it should pump it out.
They
Yeah.
said, yep, that's exactly it. Projections.
Yeah.
Someone shared, I dropped the bottle. And then the sex chakra person, oh good, more discomfort to make friends with.
Yeah.
Can you please repeat the organs associated with the chakras? You mentioned this before breaking for Astara. Oh, because someone had made mention that the solar plexus does that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So there's different chakra systems. There's a 7 chakra system, sometimes there's a 9 chakra system, and then there's an 11 chakra system. And in a lot of the 7 chakra systems, the chakras are combined. And so still accurate. It's just that sometimes they'll say one chakra does multiple functions because it might be like the solar plexus might be combined with like the navel and Mingmen and the spleen. And so when we look at it from an 11 chakra point of view, these things are separated and you can be a little bit more specific. For things like yoga and stuff, that's not necessary. So they'll stick with a 7 chakra system because they're working the energy in a different way, But, here we're looking at the ability to heal different parts of the body. And so I'll just cover them all. The lungs have to do with the back heart. So the back heart chakra, not the front, just the back, impacts the lungs. Now, it's not as simple as just like, oh, the back heart is the lungs. Part of the lungs also is tied to the bronchioles, right? So that would also be the throat, the back of the throat, and the throat minor. So your lungs are kind of a combination of 2 major chakras and 2 minor chakras. Okay. And then your liver and gallbladder are going to be impacted by the solar plexus. The front solar plexus tends to impact the gallbladder a little bit more, But for the liver, the back solar plexus impacts the liver quite substantially. The back solar plexus also kind of impacts the lungs as well, just because of the diaphragm, right? Because of the diaphragm. And so you could still throw that in the mix of the lungs. Then the spleen, there's actually a spleen chakra. So the spleen chakra is heavily impacts the spleen and overall vitality of the body, but the navel also will impact the spleen. So a lot of times if the spleen is really weak, if you try to fortify it just by the spleen itself, it can only assimilate like so much energy or shift so much. But if you direct some of that effort towards the navel as well, the navel will strengthen the spleen. So that's why sometimes in 7 chakra systems, the solar plexus or the navel, depending on which 7 chakra system, they just combine the spleen into those other chakras, because there is that influence. And then the kidneys are affected by the Ming Men, which is the backside of the navel, but then also the basic chakra or the root chakra. And so the brain impacted by the crown, but also a little bit of the basic chakra as well. But mostly the crown and the forehead. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Someone shared clarity came to me about an underlying negative mind loop pattern, self denigration.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to working on this. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Like, I mean, that's the thing is, even there's oils that can help purify that. But if the vibration is at a place where it keeps generating that loop, even if you clear it out, it's just like a matter of time before it pops right back. Right. So we clean up the aura, right? With a different series of the aura. And a lot of times that will quiet down, but if we want to accelerate the process, going through and doing this will actually help resolve some of that. Okay, so let's still kind of play with frequency a little bit. I wanted to do another cycle. Sometimes we just do it and then we process it after the fact. But as we have this greater understanding of what it is, I thought we'd cycle through it again and go a little bit deeper of what it is. When you're trying to shift frequency, you could do several cycles of this. A lot of times when we do a process in a class, we do it once or twice, and then we'll move to the next one and move to the next one, where this is almost like a therapeutic thing that can stand by itself. And you can sit and do it for 30, 45 minutes. Like, I mean, you can really do several cycles of this to try to help improve the body. So rather than jumping from protocol to protocol to protocol, we kind of linger in this one protocol and really keep taking it deeper and deeper. And so that's why I was having you guys kind of check in with your body, check in with your emotions, check out with your thoughts. So you can see as we go a little bit deeper with the process, how is it affecting these things? So that when the time comes, you start to be able to recognize, oh, I need to work the frequency a little bit. Okay, so pull out whatever oil you were using. Spikenard, Valerian, Vetiver, Balance, Vageltone, or for the purchase kit, Frequency.
Someone's asking, would there be a benefit to using different oils, like the recommended oils, but if you do many cycles?
You could. Yeah, you definitely could. I mean, they all have slightly different variations of what they'll do, but all the ones here for this application, they're relatively similar. Like sometimes there's big differences, but this one, they're all relatively similar.
Would it enhance it to also burn the frequency incense
Yeah,
right
if you
now?
have it. Yeah, that would be great. Okay, so you've checked in with your body, your emotions, and your thoughts. And let's go ahead and just start inhaling. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your liver, below your ribs on the right hand side. And then the gallbladder. So go to your midline, off to the right, a couple inches below the ribs. So midline, 2 inches to your right, and then below your ribs. Knees. Your awareness is on the kidneys. No. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the kidneys. And then your spleen, so the left-hand side of your body below the ribs. And then your spine. Your awareness is on your spine, your whole spine. Just be still for a moment. Be still, be aware, and let go. Let's do something a little different. Last time we did the areas in our body that are compromised. Let's just do a little something. Put your awareness on your feet, tops, the side, the bottom, the heel, the toes, your whole foot on each side. Your awareness is there, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your feet. Sometimes even Melissa. Whoa. Your awareness is still on your feet. And then let go of that for a moment. Notice your body. How does your body feel?
Like to be pain, got more, anchoring is the
Yeah,
actual word.
more grounded or angry. Yeah. Okay, so you know that area from your navel down to like the tops of your hips, you know, even a little bit lower, like all the way around, front, side, and back. What you're trying to do is tap into your hip flexors, which is your psoas. So it's a very deep muscle in the back, and it's actually on the front side of the spine, not the back side. So it's like almost in the center of your body in that lower area. So if you can tap into it, great. If not, just keep your awareness on below the from the navel down to about the tops of your hip bones and then all the way around. And then again, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let that go. Let that go. Now you're working the diaphragm, so the bottom of your ribs, all the way around. If you can tap into the diaphragm, great. But if not, just go to the bottom of the ribs, like up a few inches, and just go all the way around, just somewhere in the vicinity of the bottom of the ribs, front, sides, and on the back side. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go. How does that feel? Or do you feel even more grounded? Okay, and so now your neck, the front, the sides, and the back of your neck, your whole neck all the way around. Working the front, the sides, and the back of the neck. And then just let go. When do you notice? Okay, your awareness is on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your liver, right hand side below the ribs. Awareness is on the liver. Below the ribs on the right hand side, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the gallbladder. So your midline, 2 inches to the right, below the ribs. So your midline, 2 inches to the right, and then below the ribs. Your kidneys, your awareness is on your kidneys. And then the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. On the left hand side below your ribs. And this is on your spleen, left hand side below your ribs. And then your spine. And then pause and be still. Just let go. Now, check in with your body. Like, how do those compromised areas feel? How does your emotions feel? What about your thoughts? So you notice an effect. Like I said, the chakras are pumping more. It's able to pump out more of the diseased area. And if there's a blockage somewhere, that area of the body or a corresponding chakra begins to pump to try to resolve that issue. Now, when you work frequency to a very deep level, like when you really enhance frequency, it produces resonance. Right? So we're going to stimulate resonance, but also just working frequency intensely begins to produce resonance, right? And then when you work resonance really hard, it also produces vibrational harmonics, right? So the first one helps to produce the second one. The second one helps to produce the third one. And when you work that really well, it generates the repair mode in your body. This dictates how your body repairs. This dictates how your emotional body repairs. This dictates how your mental body repairs. So sometimes when we're having those weird emotions or thoughts that just don't seem to go away, and we do things and we clear them and whatever, part of what's happening is your body, your emotions, or your mind has not gone into repair mode. So even though you clean them off, that still hasn't been repaired. Like it's still not like engaged in the healing process. You're just managing a symptom, right? So we want to be able to manage a symptom, but we want that area to repair itself, right? So you're utilizing the body's ability to heal, the emotional, the mind. So with that, we're going to go into segment 2, which is resonance. This is our ability to influence our environment or how easily the environment influences us, right? So we're working resonance. You have a couple different kinds of angelica, geranium, ginger lily, google, gurgeon balsam, jasmine, melissa, myrrh, neroli, opopanax, pomarosa, rose, and tuberose. And the kit for purchase, it's gurgeon balsam, right? I think gurgeon balsam in this one.
Yeah, exactly.
So pull out whichever one you're going to use. In beginning healing, your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Just tell her to use something that she likes. Just a really good sub. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Breathe. We're about to go to the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mm, mm. Your awareness is on your brain and spine at the same time. And your awareness is on your brain and feet at the same time, or brains and soles of the feet, I should say. And as you inhale, move your awareness up just a little bit above your ankles. As you exhale, down into the earth just a little bit. Just let go. Nice. Again, remember, this has to do with us reacting to the environment and then us influencing the environment, be it people and, groups, but even the earth itself. Remember those areas in your body that are compromised? Pick one and just inhale the oil with your awareness on that spot. And then just let go. Go to one of the other areas, or you can still do that same one. And then just let go. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the spine. Awareness is on the spine. Your brain and spine at the same time. Your awareness is on the brain and spine at the same time. Move your awareness to the brain and the soles of your feet. And then as you inhale, raise your awareness up above your ankle just a little bit. Exhale, let your awareness go down into the earth. And then just pause and be still. So here, not only are you like trying to be calm, non-reactive to negative stimuli from the environment in the physical body, emotional body, mental body, and you're trying to influence the environment to a more positive outcome. But also in your body, like say pain, for example, if you work this well, your body becomes less reactive to pain. You know, pain triggers a series of reactions, right? And so, like, if there's pain, eventually there's like bronchial spasms. And so it starts to become harder to breathe and increases body tension. Lymphatic movement starts to shut down. You know, tension in the spine starts to increase. Your body goes into more fight flight. And so, by going through and working this is another example of, even if you have a case that's like a little bit of a degenerative condition, like osteoarthritis or something like that, where the body has broken down in a particular area. Your body has that condition, but it also has reactions to that condition. And so by going through and treating this, you're making your body, emotions, and mind less reactive to the environment, but also less reactive to an area that might be degenerating, where it minimizes like that cascading effect throughout the body, right? Let's go ahead and unmute and share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute or type in.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hi. That was really relaxing.
Yeah.
That was really nice on the brain. Can you tell
Yeah.
more about gurchin balsam?
Yeah, it's not a thing that gets used a whole bunch. I use it in several blends, but it's rarely is it used in most medical aromatherapy circles by itself. But anything that's a balsam is like very soothing, like calming and soothing to the body. And so, you know, it would have those components, be it that it's on the nervous system or for the respiratory tract, even the emotions and mind, you know, very calming, very soothing. You know, there's other things that might be more calming and soothing, but anything that's like a balsam is also very fortifying to like the nerves, the immune system, and even a little bit to the endocrine system. So,
Well, it was very nice. Thank you.
you're so.
Yeah, the gurjun balsam almost had like benzoin
Yeah,
qualities.
yeah,
It would
kind of a
even-
benzoin. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I know we had a couple people use tuberose, so they might be knocked out into some other universe right now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, we'll be playing with this a little tiny bit more, but a little bit later. Next, we're gonna do harmonics, but we're gonna take a little break and then we'll come back. And is there something else?
Yeah, so we had a couple shares. So felt the cascading and I felt relaxed and alert. And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Miss Lady.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. I was telling Sam that I was using Melissa,
Oh yeah.
and I was telling her it burns, so it'll be a good idea, so I won't fall asleep. But it's actually making me feel real sleepy.
Yeah, that's what Samantha said. But you know, um if the body needs some repair work in some area, the tendency is that you'll usually fall asleep. If the body, you know, I mean, we always need repair work done. So I mean that's kind of a loose statement, I guess. But you know, if you've been doing this for a while, like your body will relax, but you don't necessarily get sleepy, but you feel pretty chill. You know what I mean? And so you're in the process of setting up repair mode. And so repair mode usually is in a very relaxed state. And so this whole process should be very relaxing. Yeah.
Okay, great. It feels really good though.
Yeah. It's got to be nice to have like, you work so hard during the week. Maybe
Oh,
get
yes, for
some
sure.
good rest on the weekend.
Yes. Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm really taking in a lot of the details about
Mhm.
the thinking behind like why we're doing stuff because and so my question kind of relates to that, which is I keep working through fight, through a long process, months, years of of re-educating my body not to have the fight or flight. And so I'm down to treating like the diaphragm and the upper chest seems to get contracted. I'll do the body work on the meridians, release stuff, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, I'm not even thinking that I'm under stress. I will notice some thought creates that tension in my chest and the um, pressure, almost like asthmatic breathing.
Right.
So, is this
that's bronchial spasms. Yeah, that's exactly
yes?
what that is. Yeah.
Thank you. I will note the name of that. So I don't have to explain it in such depth. So, is this particular little piece something that I could just pull out and sort of do as a cleanup for when that happens?
Yeah, for when that happens, we're going to go into it more involved in the vibrational healing class. And so like here you could do that, and one of the ways that you could augment that is the use of larch. Like you could use other oils too, like hyssop, sitka, frankincense, but you're wanting to relax the bronchioles quite substantially. And so, you could apply the body tonic to like the chest, but also the neck. And the one area that you wouldn't think about is the lower legs. Like you apply it to, from the knee down to the ankle. And that area, there's deeper muscles in there that on the calf side, that when they're tight, they'll even cause like tension in the jaw and bruxing and things like that. And so whenever you get that kind of a reaction and something in the body, it causes like a fight flight response. And so I would treat this area, but if you're trying to take that a little bit deeper, I would still use like something like larch to deepen the relaxation of the bronchioles, and then some of the corresponding areas, be it the neck and the calf area, to take that deeper.
So that connects a few dots for me because I've been having pain in especially my left calf.
Yep. That's it, like you said, there's like no rhyme or reason. But like if there is like tension in the calves, you wouldn't think like, oh, that's going to affect my breathing, or that's going to affect my chest, that's going to affect my jaws, but it does, and so the tension in the calves is part of maintaining like that whole mechanism, Yeah.
Thank you so much. This
Yeah, you're
just
so welcome.
helps
Yeah.
tremendously. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, even with people who have cardiovascular issues, one of the things that they check out is the doctor usually takes his thumb and jams it in the middle of your calf and goes, "Is that tender?" Right? Because it's not the gastrocnemius, it's the deeper muscle. And so they're trying to palpate to see if that's that's tense or tender, because if so, that's agitating the body, and it would also agitate the heart, so that the heart might have like arrhythmias or just like a lot of stress or tension in the heart. You know, they're looking at that as an indicator for heart health. And so it's a way of checking like the overall status of the body, you could say.
So, what I'm
Kind of
taking away
interesting,
from,
kind of interesting, huh?
yeah. So, hello?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, sorry. So what I'm taking away from this is that I can actually start focusing on relaxing the lower part of my legs and thinking about that in core, like to retrain my body's
sure.
response.
Yeah.
Okay.
That in the breath. Like you want to relax the neck, you want to relax the breath, you know, the diaphragm, but mostly the bronchioles. The diaphragm is kind of a reflection of the bronchioles. And then you relax the calf. I mean, there's key areas like the psoas is another one that, like, if the diaphragm, psoas, and neck is usually relaxed, but the body will shift state. So you know how in the last process I was like feet, low back, diaphragm, neck. It's a way to kind of manually calm those areas so that the body can shift to a repair mode to a much higher degree. And so, you know, you're not necessarily like managing symptoms in those areas, which you already know. I'm just stating this. But if you relax those areas more, your body has a greater potential to go into repair mode, which is the opposite of fight flight. And so you keep nudging the body in that direction. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Just a question off of the last conversation you had. So when you're talking about the back of the calf muscle, are you talking about the soleus?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you would say large would actually help with that?
It helps. It's not really like an antispasmodic for the calves, but what it does is it helps put the body in like it shifts the state. It shifts it out of that degenerative state and helps to kind of fortify the anabolic state.
Okay.
And so you're not really putting it on the calves for an antispasmodic, but because of what it does to the nervous system,
Yeah.
it will start to relax those areas.
Yeah.
So it's like you're doing it like in an indirect way rather than a symptom-oriented approach. You know, if you just
Sure.
want to take tension out of the calves, you use like marjoram or something. But like here, you're just using it as an indicator of like where is the status of the body? Like what state is it in? Is it in a degenerative state or is it in a regenerative state? And so
Sure.
the larch helps the body to shift. You know, it
Okay.
helps it in the point of the respiratory tract
Yeah.
and the bronchioles.
Yeah.
Relaxes the diaphragm, but it also relaxes that part of the nervous system, and the reflection can be in the calves. But if you apply it to the calves, it's pretty soothing to the body. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
And would you get the same? I mean, the body tonics are amazing. What kind of result would you get with the tincture?
You know, I've been playing with that. Like, I think I feel a greater result from the body tonic, but when I take the tincture, it does kind of shift, but it feels a little bit more emotional or mental. Like
Okay.
it still relaxes the diaphragm, but like
Uh-huh.
when you put the body tonic on, like you really feel it in your body. Like you really feel it in your body. When I do the tincture, I feel it in my body, but I notice that my emotion and mind like go to that place more so than my body.
Okay. Super.
So
Nice compliment.
I do is I put it on my body and then I put it in my mouth.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Craig.
You saw it. Yeah.
When I do a long distance pranic healing on someone and want to raise their vibration, raise their frequency, can I breathe the oil first with the intention for them? I know best for them to do it, but if they live in another city, can this be done?
It will have some impact. Yeah. Yeah. Put your awareness on their organs. It will have some impact. Yeah. So we are going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and do harmonics. And we'll come back at 5 after. So we'll come back at 5 after, and we'll hit the ground running. Hey. So we're at the bottom of page 3, and we're now dealing with harmonics. So again, harmonics is about what kind of repetitive pattern are you generating in the body? A good one or a bad one? What kind of pattern are you generating in the emotional body? A good one or a bad one? And what kind of pattern are you generating in the mind and also in the environment? You know, your surroundings. And so the heart is key in the mechanics of materialization, right? Like establishing a pattern of health would be associated with the activation of the heart, but not just the heart, but like specific aspects of the heart. And then the negative reproduction of patterns in the body is the heart has diminished. You know, the activation of the heart has diminished, or maybe it was never there. And it doesn't mean that when we have disease, it's not because our heart's not activated, but it's about establishing that pattern, right? Like if the solar plexus is activated for long periods of time because of lower emotions, it produces certain health issues, right? One of the ways to purify and clean and regulate the solar plexus is to address the solar plexus, but even better is to activate the heart, and the heart will actually regulate the solar plexus as well as clean the solar plexus, right? So you have choices: acacia, cistus, mastic, or palo santo. Okay. So first, just start inhaling the oil. Whatever one you're using, just start inhaling. Okay, and then just pause for a moment. Your awareness is on the front heart. The center of your chest. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let the inhalation go for a moment. Now your awareness is on your heart, and you're gonna, without even inhaling at this point, start moving your awareness inward towards the spine, but little movements at a time. You want to kind of keep going deeper and deeper until you kind of hit that magic spot, that sweet spot. So before you even start inhaling, just start exploring, going a little deeper, a little deeper. Now, please keep in mind that this is going to be refined over a period of time. Don't expect to nail it right off the bat. Like, it's going to be something that over a period of time, you'll just keep tweaking and keep refining it. So go in a little bit and then just sit still. Just be aware of it. And then go a little deeper. And then just be still. And where you're at right now, start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness like a little bit deeper in the heart. And then just let go for a moment. Let go of everything. Let go of the heart. Let go of the inhalation. Just be still. Your awareness is just simply on the heart again. You're not going deep. Your awareness is just on the heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, let go of the inhalation, go deeper into the heart. Go a couple little movements and then be still with it. And then move a little bit deeper and then be still with it. And wherever you're at, just be still with it and begin to inhale the oil. Inhaling the oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Let it all go. Now, one of your compromised areas with whatever oil you're using, your awareness is on that spot. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go for a moment. Your awareness is on the heart again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let go of the inhalation and go a little bit deeper into the heart. Go into that heart space. Now, notice how you feel. Your bodies, your emotions, your mind. We'll do a little bit more, but before we do that, let's share experiences, ask questions, process it. So unmute yourself or type in, but let's hear a little feedback or ask your questions. It's a simple little, like Samantha's like trying to pry her eyes open. It's a simple little process, but when done properly, and man, it just keeps taking you deeper and deeper into that repair mode.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
How deep is the heart seed usually set? How deep in the
It's in the heart. It's actually in the physical heart. So, but it's not so much about just going right to it. You want to kind of do the little movements all the way. So it's the journey, not just getting there. Yeah, but it's in the physical heart.
Okay. And when you were talking about larch before, can you use like pine, Sylvester pine?
Pine doesn't quite do it. You could use like Sitka, you could use white spruce, you could use hyssop. They all do some different things, but like if you don't have larch, you could use something different like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. A very old grief came up. Thank you. Very healing.
oh, good. Yeah.
Inhaling acacia, there was a dull pain in the heart. It was dancing between the bliss and pain. Not sure how to explain. Why the pain?
I'm not sure. Like, did it feel like a physical pain or did it feel like psychological pain or
Physical.
physical? Hmm. And did it feel like more like at the surface or it felt kind of deep?
Hi, Greg, it's me.
Hey, was it deep or was it like on the
Deep,
surface?
deep, deep.
Deep.
And it's like I could feel
I,
it.
I mean, what possibly could be happening? Because I would think that if there's pain, I mean, of course there can be pain and achiness a little bit deeper, but the deeper you go, the less sensory nerves that you have there. So I would think that potentially there's something coming out of the root of the chakra. Like, some deep thing is kind of coming out. And like when I get that there, I'll kind of feel like, ugh. And then eventually it kind of pops out. So what we're using, acacia?
Yeah.
Why don't you try inhaling the Palo Santo and just see if it won't blow out?
Okay. Because
Yeah.
it was like I can feel it, deep, but the deeper I went,
Mhm.
it was kind of in that bliss and
Yeah.
but the
That makes
pain
me
was like
think,
front and back as well.
yeah, like that makes me think that you're blowing something out, like, flushing something out. And when you have a deeper inner experience, it does start to push things out from a very deep level. And sometimes what happens is it'll get stuck in the root of the chakra.
Okay. Are we
Yeah.
gonna do this again?
Good. Yeah, we are.
So
Yeah,
I'm gonna use Palo Santo. Okay.
yeah. Good problem, but still kind of sucks, but still good problem. You know what I mean?
And then no, it's just because I don't have heart problems. So it's like suddenly as soon as
Yeah,
but I was like, oh.
yeah. It's most likely stuck in the root. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I feel like a happy cat on a warm and loving lap.
Oh, nice.
Some unusual tension along my lower jaw and a bit in my throat. I have been inhaling the Palo Santo with awareness on those areas.
On the jaw and throat or on the heart?
No, the jaw and throat where it's been hurting. I just because I know they did the other one of the other oils for the actual process for the actual
Cystis.
process.
Yeah.
Body part feels light and free. The mind bright and neutral, content. Emotion deeply still, serene, gratitude.
Oh, good.
I use Cystis and it feels like I've been tucked into bed with a lullaby.
Yeah, no joke, huh? Yeah. Would you?
I use Palo Santo and I feel like I'm still in the middle of a bulldozer. Clean out.
Okay, anybody else?
That was
Okay.
it.
Let's just do it maybe 1 or 2 more times.
That person though, the Cystis just resent, my sex chakra isn't screaming bloody hell anymore. Mission accomplished.
Oh, good. Good. Yeah, it usually, like even when an area starts to fire off, it doesn't do it forever. It just does it for a little bit and then it regulates. So. Okay, so you're still, if you want to switch oils that are on that list, you can, or use the same one. But begin inhaling, your awareness is on the heart. Just the center of your chest. Hmm. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go. Start moving your awareness inward towards the spine. Little movements at a time. Mhm. You're going a little bit deeper within the heart. You're inhaling. And then pause and be still. Again, go to some area in your body where you need healing. Long, slow, deep breaths. Okay. Just let that go. Check in with your body. How's your body feel? Your emotions, your thoughts? Notice how you feel. You want to share how you feel? No.
So I used Palo Santo the first time and it was really intense. And then I used Cistus the second time and way more soothing. But the area where I was feeling things was my throat. So I inhaled on the throat and then it's like a weird sadness feeling. Not like makes me want to cry, but like it just like this sad feeling. And now I feel like I'm so tired. So tired.
Yeah.
So that's my experience.
Anybody else want to share anything?
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Oh, sorry. Let's make it so you can unmute yourself. Okay, let's do it.
Okay, twin. I started with Cistus and then did Palo Santo after this. When we were focused on the heart space, there was this like beautiful, loving, welcome home feeling.
Mm.
And then when you said go to a compromised area, I went to my throat because it was still feeling pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, this big sadness, tears, still some pressure there. Pressure in the temples, pressure in the jaws, the forehead, the ajna. The solar plexus got yucky. I just have the sense that I'm releasing some old trauma.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah. Especially like you both kind of had a thing in the throat, and there's a thing like especially when it's like kind of like long-standing grief, you'll actually get it up in the throat. Like most times grief is in the heart, right? But like when it's kind of been there quite a while or long-standing, or even like starting to be excessive, if it's like acute, like, you know, if something happened in the last 30 days and you're feeling that, you might still feel it in the throat. But a lot of times it's something that's been there a while, and as it comes out, the grief is actually can still be in the throat, and actually can even affect like how you swallow and stuff. Like it'll be harder to swallow. You'll still swallow, but it's just a little harder. And so yeah,
And then I seem to feel it in the high heart as well.
yeah, you're but it's most likely it's not even that it's from the emotion or mind. It's the like trauma or old, you know, old wound or whatever it is, but in the body, like the body is letting it go usually. And it still will affect the emotions, and it'll still affect the mind, don't get me wrong. But like even if you process it emotionally, mentally, still there's a component that's still like kind of stuck in the body. And so really when you go through and like I was saying, like frequency produces the resonance, and then the resonance produces the harmonics, and then harmonics, you could say, produces the repair mode. But part of also what you're doing by doing these 4 steps, and then the vibrational healing class, there'll be a little bit more like specific, you know. But the thing that you're doing is you're reducing the influence of karma and karmic imagery on the body. You know, and if you think about like a lot of chronic health issues, like as we get older, yes, the body's aging, and yes, you know, maybe some areas are degenerating. But like as we get older, that's when like the karmic issues kind of start to settle in, and they might not be hitting us over the head, but there's like a slow drip of something. And so, you know, even when it's a karmic issue, there's still things that can be done. And, you know, there's things about like tithing and service and all that. But in the body, if you harness these aspects, you can start to flush out some of the karmic influences so that the condition becomes easier to treat. And so you're putting the body in a state of repair mode, but you're even addressing like the karmic component. And, you know, we set that up in doing things in the aura, and, you know, we set it up in a couple of places where we start dissipating some of that. But, you know, at some point you do have to get in the body and start blowing out some of the the effects of it. Like even though you might be releasing some of the karmic imagery or the karma in other ways, there's still been an effect that has been going on for a certain period of time, and we want to like flush that out and start to regulate those areas. And so, you know, it could be an old trauma from now or from your youth, but it also could be something that you came in with and you're processing and letting that go.
That all makes sense.
Yeah.
My sense of this is that it's traumatic conditioning from a very young age that I've become aware of mentally recently and have been working on that way. And this is the
Oh, yeah, that's very possible. Yeah. Yeah, that's very possible.
so
Yeah.
I just keep working this.
Yeah, I mean, I would keep working this, and then you can still augment with like, you know, some sort of symptom oriented approach. So like you could still like if you feel like there's trauma there, you'd still could go through work this process and then pull out helichrysum or ginger lily or something, and then work that for a little bit and do an even deeper flush. And so you can go back and forth with that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Someone shared dark little room with splinter of light coming out and polishing the whole box which grows and glows, and spinning whole heart. That was when they were going into the heart.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, that could be. I mean, they call it the cave of the heart, so that it's like a dark little room makes sense. Yeah. So how about this? We'll take a break and yeah, let's see if we covered body vision, resonance, harmonics. Yeah, so we'll come back and we'll do the last component, segment 4. And then after that, with the time we have left, we'll do a little Q&A and things like that. But then we'll direct like a little process on some area in your body that needs healing. And so again, going a little bit deeper on, well, not deeper, being a little bit more systematic about how we approach some particular health issue that you might be treating already. So we'll come back at 10 after 4, or 10 after the hour. Hey, let's come on back. We're at the top of page 4. And this part I just put as vibration, but yeah, you're cleaning some things up. So in the choices, you have frankincense, you have galbanum, you have myrrh, you have myrtle or red myrtle. And in the kit for purchase, it was red myrtle, I believe, right?
Yeah, red myrtle.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, can you use Moses?
No. Do you not have any of the other choices?
I think because they said for the Frank and Myrrh, I think they're thinking maybe the three wise men, because three wise men is Frank and Myrrh.
Right.
So maybe three wise men.
Three wise men and frankincense and myrrh together. That would be okay.
Okay.
And so here you could look at this particular component, this first phase. You could look at the body as this is real rough, but the higher realm, middle realm, lower realm, right? And here what we're wanting to treat is more the lower realm. And then the manifestation of the body, it's the hips down. The higher realm would be the head. The middle realm would be the neck and the torso all the way down to the tops of the hip bones. And then from the tops of the hip bones down to the feet would be the lower. And so here, there's going to be a different kind of lower vibrational energy because it has to do also with their interaction of your energy body with the earth. And so part of this is tied to that karmic imagery, the way that karma manifests. And it's not the complete thing, but it's definitely going to get the ball rolling, fleshing things out. For me personally, I always find this step, especially the first step, very, very soothing. Very, very soothing. And I would say that this even helps my legs and low back doing this process. So you're going to use one of those oils, and we're going to do the 4 quadrants, but it's just going to be from the hips down. We're going to concentrate our awareness and really work the lower aspect, right? So whatever oil you're going to use, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side from your hip all the way down to the ankle, to the bottom of the feet. You're going from the left hip, down the side of the leg, the knee, all the way to the foot, the bottom of the foot, that whole area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let it go for a moment. Now the front side. So from the tops of the hip bones all the way down the front of the legs, again to the bottom of the feet. That whole front side. Your quads, your knees, your shins, the top of your feet, and the bottom of your feet. And then just pause and be still. The right side, from the tops of your hip bones all the way down the leg to the bottom of the foot. The whole right side. And then just pause. And then the back side, from the tops of your hips all the way down to your heels to the bottom of your feet. The red one. Yeah. Mhm. And then just be still. I think myrtles are very quietly awesome. Like they don't really get they're even for me. Like I forget about them, and then I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. It's- Now your awareness is going to be on the sex chakra. Okay? It's red one.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Just be still. Just feeling on. For me, as weird as this sounds, when I work the legs, it makes my head feel better. Yeah, you're feeling it in your head. Right. Yeah. So just let it go for a moment. How about we'll do A, B, A, B instead of just A twice, B twice.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next step, you're going to hold the bottle to the chest, right? And then chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. So let's do it all together. Bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale, up, exhale, 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 down, inhale, up, exhale. Just be still. Hmm. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. Just be still. Just be still for a moment. Okay, left side of your lower body, from the top of the hips, all the way down the leg to the ankle, to the bottom of your feet, of that left foot, actually. The whole left side. And then just pause and be still. Your awareness is on the front side, top of the hips, down the legs, tops of the feet, and bottom part of the feet. The whole front side. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths.
Mm.
Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. Okay, your right side from the top of the hip all the way down the leg to the bottom of the feet. And then just be still. And then the backside. So the top of the hips, down the back of the legs to the heels to the bottom of the feet. And then just be still. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. And then just be still. Just be still. Bottle to your chest. Chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And when you're done, just be still. And then again, bottle to your chest. Chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Okay, so we're going to take a little break. We're going to come back. We're going to process it a little bit, and we're still going to do one little process that's not on the books. So,
What time we back?
5 after. Hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and share your experiences, ask questions. You can unmute or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Mr. Robert.
Hey, I've done materialization, right, breathing in classes so many times. Today, when we just did it, it was like every time I brought my head up and exhaled, it was like I was going out and out and out and out, and I didn't want to come back to put my head down and breathe again.
Right.
And I don't know what aspect of me kept saying, get back down here. I think I might have missed one breath somewhere in there, totally, completely, but I'm back. So
Oh, very good.
just a very big difference on that one from all the other times I've done it.
You know, the cleaning of the lower part of the aura with the materialization breath is kind of fancy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's super fancy.
Yeah, it isn't anything we've
Yeah.
done before.
No, I almost taught it about a year ago. And then I was like, well, the part of like the vibrational component, it all kind of goes together. And I was like, the reason I held back was it just like it wasn't going to be presented in a complete way. And I was like, I want to do it in like a complete way, like with the the frequency, the resonance, and the harmonics. But I didn't want to confuse it when we were doing all the aura work and just like mishmash it in there. You know what I mean? So I was like,
Mhm.
let's lay out the aura and then we'll do the next wave. And then, all the things that we've done in kind of the more clinical classes, like, how we do like the respiratory tract and the digestive tract and the immune system and things
Yeah.
like that. The next progression is all the symptom oriented treatments. And so I'm trying to set it up so that people can troubleshoot things, but in a way that is more holistic, meaning like whole treatment rather than um just trying to do natural versions of like the approach from modern medicine. So much of holistic practices have been so influenced with modern medicine that, and I fall into this category too sometimes where, oh, it's just a natural version of what they do at the doctor's office. And, there's a whole other ball of wax, to address. And I don't know. Trying to lay out for one, the aura um, is a whole thing unto itself. Like that is, I've never seen anybody present it in that way. I've seen it in bits and pieces, but never presented completely in that way. And as we were doing it, I was like, I kind of get why it's kind of hard to do. It's hard to lay out like that. And then with this vibrational piece, and there's like kind of a lane of stuff, but most of the classes have already been presented, and so we'll just kind of organize it in a way. But I'm trying to lay out like a simplified version, standard approach, and then advanced approach so that practitioners can take it and run with it. Or if you're just doing healings on yourself or something like that, you can look it up, and the way it's going to be set up is you'll be able to go by symptom or condition. Like condition is probably a better way of saying it. You can look up what condition, and then you can just follow this lane that will work the aura, work the next component, the vibrational component. The vibrational component kind of fits into everything. And so that component is pretty straightforward, but trying to lay out a very multi-layered or multifaceted approach to healing conditions, especially chronic conditions, be it physical, emotional, or mental. But yeah, some of the pieces that will be integrated, like this piece, they make the things that we've been doing a little fancier,
Yeah, and the experience with the materialization breath, part of me says there could be a class on just the different ways of using the materialization breath.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily fit in any of those
Yeah.
segments right now, but it's a kind of thing
Right.
that
Right.
maybe a one-day class at some point of.
Yeah, we definitely could do that. Like we did, remember there was some notes at the beginning or the end of last year, like that last weekend or the beginning of the year where we did, like I had notes on materialization breath and like the different oils and everything for it, but I didn't go involved or an in-depth way of the little bit before and after the materialization breath. Like here we did the lower aura. And so there is a whole thing about how you set it up and what you do afterwards does very different things. And so we will have that conversation at some point, but I kind of wanted to really have this like foundation of something so that we have something to draw upon, and you can utilize it to a greater depth. And it's just a matter of time at this point, and not like a long time. It's
Right, right.
like
It's, I guess then what you're saying in a way, and maybe not to this level, but if we look at what we just did,
Mhm.
we did some form of auric program followed by materialization breath.
Yeah, and like we focused on that lower part because really that lower part is much more of an issue for materialization, and then the legs are heavily impacted by the sex chakra. So like say somebody, say Uncle Bob is really pissed at you, like really super pissed, like you didn't say what he wanted to say, he has a script in his head, you didn't follow the script, whatever it is. uh I laugh because that's what I always say to him. I mean, give me the script and I'll follow the script, because definitely wants like certain things to be like your reply. And when he's projecting that hostility, yes, we feel it in the solar plexus, and yes, we get stirred a little bit. But part of what happens when somebody projects something at you like that is it comes in through your feet, and it comes in through your perineum, and it hits your legs before it really hits anything else. And so even if it's non-personal, and say you're at work and your competitors, even though they don't know you by name, but the competitors of the company, they might grind at the company, and it's going to hit all the employees in the lower legs. It's going to hit everybody in that particular way. And not that competition is people grinding on people, but like if you're really going to head with somebody and they were really like having a problem with you, like, why are they doing this, or we're better, whatever it is. Part of it is going to hit the legs. And so I mean, if you think of the idea of somebody who's upset or wants to be better than you, or knock you down, that phrase of, oh, they're trying to knock his feet out from under him. That's kind of literal. Like it is like the legs get hit the worst. And so like even the thing with like athletes, like regardless of the kind of athlete that they were, when I would do work on them, that we do a bunch of different things. It's usually treating some sort of injury or helping them to recover, or work through some psychological thing that's keeping them from performing. Very common in athletes to have like sabotage kind of thinking. And but one of the things that I would always do consistently when I would clean the lower legs, even if they didn't like utilize the legs for their sport, it didn't matter, because their competitors were, especially the better they were, the more their competitors would grind on them. And so it was a way to kind of clean things up and help them to perform better. And I found that even some of the sabotage tendencies that is kind of common in athletes, um, you would almost say that like on one level it's performance anxiety, but some of it is a manifestation of those projections from other people. It's just, it hits the energy body and it starts making you have these weird reactions. And you know it's a thing. It's a kind of aggression, projection, and if it's extreme enough, it's even a kind of violence, a kind of like energetic violence. And so, I mean, the violence is usually an extreme, But the places where I would treat the legs a lot when it was more violent energy was like usually somebody who is abused. Like somebody who was abused, somebody who had gotten robbed, somebody who gotten, something bad had happened. Like they were accosted. Even the situations with the bombing victims and the shooting victims, like the mass shootings and stuff. I didn't get to work on tons of people in those situations, but the ones that I did treat, their lower legs were just, I mean, thick and heavy, and like like I would take my hand and like swipe it along their legs and then just hold it like this, and it would make my hand start hurting. It would just make it ache and start hurting. And so it's not like the person was like, ugh, you, but it's just this blanket, all you people here, ugh. And that act of violence, it brings in a kind of energy, it brings in a kind of spirit, it brings in something. And so the more you can dissipate that, like you said, it's like you expand, you have you have this experience where your higher faculties become so expanded, where when all that heaviness is there, it's like you can't even get it up to the higher faculties, so you're just left in these drives of like the lower nature. And yes, you'll survive, but quality of life will go down substantially, be it health, be it emotions, be it your mind, quality of life goes down.
And if I had this question come up in my mind, let me rephrase it about 3 times already. Because of what we're working on here, part of it is to break patterns, and the first 3 segments are all about cleaning things up and setting a new pattern, and then the 4th one is setting that pattern into action.
Yeah, like the last one is a very general way to stimulate regeneration. So really what you're doing is you're in those first 3, like you said, it's like patterns, but it's almost like a momentum in the body. Like it's a movement or a lack of movement. But usually you're either moving to better wellness or you're moving to a degenerative state. Like it is really like an either or almost all the time. And so, like when you have somebody present with a series of symptoms, like I look at the symptoms, but one of the things that I'll do a lot of times, especially if I'm treating them over a period of time, is I look at how much are they degenerating and how much are they regenerating. And then if they're in a significant degenerative like swing or momentum, I don't even address the symptoms because it's not going to hold. Like, they'll get better for a day and then I'll go back. So I just set it all aside and I address the degenerative state and shift it into more of a regenerative state. And then sometimes it even takes a few sessions. And then at some point, then I start addressing the symptoms. But the interesting thing is a lot of times the symptoms are already starting to resolve themselves because the body is like, hey, like, okay, we're not in that bad place anymore. We're not in our dark downward spiral. Let's start doing better. Let's start getting better. Like, it's the body gets almost like a little excited and starts going, quick, hurry before they come back. Let's clean up a little bit, and so a lot of times the symptoms will resolve. Like I just had it was a old time, she was a patient from a long time ago, but actually it was her son that was a patient. And it was one of the special needs kids that I used to treat like a long time ago. And she had had a rough couple of years. Like her husband almost died in this crazy accident, and she just had crazy